faculty composed of seasoned experts and researchers ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. African Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. The federal government says its proposed end-of-the-year life vehicle policy could generate about 150 billion naira annually, positioning vehicle recycling as a new revenue stream for the economy. The policy is expected to drive business activity through the recovery and reuse of vehicle components that are no longer roadworthy. Director General of the National Automotive Design and Development Council, Joseph Osanipi, said the revenue would be generated from recycling operations and structured disposal of old vehicles. He explained that the policy would introduce a modest registration fee to support environmentally safe dismantling, recycling, and recovery of vehicle parts nationwide. Osanipi noted that over 85% of components from the end of the life of vehicles are reusable for recyclable, adding that the initiative would boost the second-hand auto parts market, create jobs, improve environmental health, and strengthen Nigeria's circular economy. Now, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria has outlined nationwide measures to ensure smooth passenger movement during end-of-the-year travel, citing advanced traffic forecasting and coordinated operational planning to manage increased passenger volumes. According to the authority, steps include deployment of additional passenger support teams, strengthened collaboration with security and border agencies, enhanced queue management, and expanded security presence to reduce congestion at terminals and vehicular pickup zones. The authority said an airport operations will run around the clock during the peak period with the reinforced ground staff, close monitoring of facilities, and continued coordination with airline operators to minimize delays and improve passenger experience across all domestic terminals, according to reports. The Lagos State Waste Management Authority has disclosed that about 90% of waste generated Lagos has an estimated economic value of $2.5 billion, highlighting the untapped potential of waste-to-wealth initiatives in the state. The managing director of the authority, Dr. Muyiwa Badigeshi, said the state government is moving toward banning landfill sites with plans underway to decommission Olushosun and Solo's 3 landfills within the next 18 months as part of a broader environmental sustainability drive. The state of officials urged residents to adopt waste sorting and proper disposal practices, warning that environmental offenders will face prosecution, while reaffirming government commitment to cleaner surroundings, flood prevention, and improved public health across Lagos State. Now, Thailand Finance Ministry is considering new measures to regulate gold trading, including a possible tax on online transactions and limit on trading volumes. Following a sharp appreciation of the baht currency, the baht has gained 10% against the United States dollar in 2025, becoming Asia's best performing currency and reaching its strongest level in more than 4 years. Driven largely by heavy gold trading activity, authorities said unusually large gold transactions have distorted currency fundamentals, prompting plans for stricter oversight functions by the central bank to protect economic stability and manage capital flows. Now, Finland unemployment rose to its highest level this century as prolonged economic weakness continues to suppress job creation and private sector activity. The labor market remains trapped in a self-reinforcing slowdown that is weighing on consumer spending and business confidence. Official data from Statistics of Finland showed that the trend unemployment rate climbed to 10.6% in November, up from 8.9% recorded in the same period last year. The figures are adjusted to remove a seasonal variation, reflecting a sustained deterioration in employment condition. Economists said that persistent job losses and weak demand are reinforcing downturn, increasing pressure on policymakers to stimulate growth. Elevated unemployment is expected to constrain productivity, reduce household income, and slow recovery prospect for the broader Finnish economy. Now that's it on the news. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. We're Priya Krumalia coming up shortly. Just Africa. Do stay with us.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust brand that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just two of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was starting. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired the distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent, strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment. Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Egypt. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sports. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process,
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, It is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of
Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of Just Africa, the show where we explore the ideas, the persons, the industries, and of course shaping our continent's future. Energy powers everything, right? And of course our homes, businesses, hospitals, schools, economies, and yet across Africa over 600 million people still live without reliable electricity. At the same time, the world is racing towards clean energy and low carbon growth. So the big question is, how does Africa expand energy access while transitioning to cleaner, more sustainable power? Today's episode, Powering the Future, Energy Transition and Africa's Path to Universal Access, explores the choices, trade-offs, and opportunities ahead. This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our Lagos studios. I am Emmanuel Amolo, and of course, follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and still subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show, right? Of course, we'll go on a break and when we return, we'll continue with the show. Please stay tuned because you'll definitely learn one or two things. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the show. Africa cannot grow without energy, obviously. And of course, but millions still live in the dark. As climate change worsens, we must switch to cleaner power. The real change is making electricity affordable, reliable, and green. Today on Just Africa, we look at practical ways to close the energy gap in Nigeria and across the continent. We are moving beyond talk to find real solutions through policy and technology that provide power for all without harming our planet. And of course, we will be joined on the show today by someone who embodies it. We will explore how, on this segment, the Powering the Future, Energy Transition and Africa's Path to Universal Access. Joining us to break this down is Engineer Gode Chinwo, who is an energy transformation expert, a registered engineer with COREN, a corporate member, NSE and NIM chartered energy transition advocate, who is here to help us make this meaning, so much meaning from what our conversation will be today about energy and clean energy. Good day, sir.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Yes, Mr. Gode, I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, so let's just dive right in, right? So everybody talking so much about energy, different forms of energy that we have used, different kind of power. But we know Africa as a continent hasn't gotten to the point where we can have sustainable power for long hours. First off, let's start off with trying to even understand what the problem is. How would you describe the current state of energy access in Nigeria and Africa as a whole on the continent? Hello? Hello? Hello, Mr. Chiwo.
I broke off. There was a network issues.
Okay, so, but did you hear the question?
Yeah, you were asking that...
describe, yes. Describe the current state.
the current state of energy situation in Nigeria and Africa has been the type of, on a scale to 1, let me say, on a scale from 1 to 10, I will give it 3. Why do I say 3? Over 600 million, like you just mentioned, 600 Africans, sub-Saharan Africans, do not have access to energy. Not just 600 sub-Saharan Africans, there are also over 1.2 billion do not have access to clean cooking energy. I mean, like gas. We have this traditional kind of cooking, charcoal. These are things that have adverse effect to the life of those that are using it. So if you ask me, the scale of the work to be done is huge because access to energy has been an issue to Nigeria and then to sub-Saharan Africa. Why do I say so? You can see for Nigeria, for example, you can see that currently what the transmission can wheel out is only 5,000 megawatts. 5,000 megawatts compared to what we're looking at, I mean, the estimated capacity for Nigeria should be about 40 gigawatts, but we're talking about only 5,000 megawatts. So 5,000, why would that 5,000, sir? If you look at that capacity, comparing it with what the global, South is using, the global South currently, per electricity capital is 6,000 kilowatt hour per year and annually, individually. Why for sub-Saharan Africa, where Nigeria is currently, we are only for annually, we're only using only 120 to 140 electricity per kilowatt hour. That is even for the top tier. I mean, those are the top echelon of the society. Yeah. For the downtrodden in Nigeria here, we're talking about only, the tier 1. We're only talking about 22 kilowatt hour, per year of energy being used. So if you look at the gap, it's huge. That means there's a lot to be done in terms of closing the gap. And what we need to be, there are so many things to be done to close that gap. So, like I said, I will just call Nigeria 3, and Africa can score 5 because if you look at the North Africa side, Egypt, Ethiopia, they are doing better. Those places you can see 80%.
Why do you think energy is still, central, like a central barrier to development across the continent? Why do you think it is so?
Energy, as we know, is a critical enabler to economic development. You can't leave energy and then there's economic development. Take, for example, in the rural areas where we are coming from, the farmer in the farm cannot, the farm produce that is producing, there's no way he can store it. That farm produce is spoiled. The post-harvest losses are so huge. Talk about the healthcare centers, the vaccines for people for vaccinations and medicines. They can't store them. That means there are so many people, so many deaths happening. Talk about education. A child that goes to school without, with candlelight, what is he or she going to learn? So there are so many. But if you put up energy, you can see that economic development can come. Productive use of energy, not just that the farmer can begin to use that farmer that I'm talking about can build a cold chain, a cold storage to be able to store his farm produce even a day or 2 or 3, even up to a year. Like week or a month, and then you can send it. The supply chain is oiled. There's duplication in supply chain. That means that farm produce, is taken to the market at a later time, and then that huge post-harvest losses that we're having, that area is closed. Take another example of what we are talking about in the healthcare center, where so many patients dying as a result of lack of access to energy. But with right medicine that are stored, right medications, the right in place, surgery is happening at the right time. These are things that can be done and saving lives. For the education, we see how many research is happening in the lab. So many research is happening. Without access to energy, how can the lab scientists, how can the researcher do his work? How can the student be able to, pass his exam? And then how can the skill even be developed in the first place? So everything is tied to access to energy, yes.
Okay, so we understand so many research has been done around, how to better energy. If you read books, especially books from the West, they would have told you how they transition from one energy source to another. It shouldn't be so much a problem to replicate it here, right? I said because we have so many natural resources that can give us energy. But what are the biggest gaps that you have noticed from your experience that is making this policy or reality possible for power to be I won't say in excess, but available and affordable?
Okay, thank you. The issues to barriers to access to energy has been not about lots of know-hows. There are lots of technologies that are even in Nigeria presently.
Yes.
But the issue is that there's a gap between the policies that are available and the reality, the implementation. The implementation has been a gap. Take for example, we have nice policies in terms of renewable energy integration, renewable energy expansion. Okay, renewable energy, bringing in investors, creating a enable environment. They are fine policies in place, but when it comes to reality, it becomes an issue. What I mean issue is that the funding itself is not forthcoming because when investors are looking at what will happen if we bring our money in. There's the policy that we're talking about are not fully implemented. Take for example, the grid itself. We have a lot of issues in terms of technical losses. Even if you put a lot of money on the grid, whereas there are losses on the line, there are people stealing energy. These are some of the issues. And you put money, if investors come in to put money, and there are losses that will not translate into return on investment because, one, there's weak infrastructure in terms of grid infrastructure. There are people stealing energy. There are appliances that are inefficient. So all this is, if you look at it holistically, it's a peculiar tax that affects energy access or investors bringing their technology inside to Nigeria. And then also, if you look at also in terms of our commercial banks, there's huge, in terms of finances that comes to the developers here, there's huge upfront cost. The cost to install a solar is not easy. And most of our commercial banks, they do not know much of the technicalities in terms of how to finance a renewable energy projects.
Okay.
So because of that, they put a lot of interest rates that are so huge that even the developer cannot finance that. And then because of that, and there's no guarantee from a development partner to say, okay, go ahead to do this project, we'll back you up. Because of that, those projects fail. So it's an issue that we are tackling as holistically, so that most of the commercial banks or the financial institutions in Nigeria can also be able to build up capacity so that they can be able to understand that even long-term savings that comes from renewable projects can be used instead of talking about collateral, because sometimes the developer does not have enough collateral to be able to finance his investment. But there are huge savings. There are carbon credits that comes after the project that can be used, to finance or to pay back that cost of finance that has been, taken from the bank. But the banks currently are using the traditional method of financing, and that traditional method does not suit, development of renewable energy in Nigeria. So it's an issue that needs to be tackled. And then also at the issue of government regulation, like I said, there's a lot of regulation in terms of incentives that come, incentives for bringing in equipment, bringing in procurement of equipment from the supply chain. There's these incentives that you can have a tax holiday. There's a tax free for anybody that is installing, bringing in solar panels, bringing in inverters, batteries from abroad. But when you get to the port itself, it becomes a different ballgame altogether. The custom will be telling you a different thing. No, everything has to be taxed. That tax alone could also affect, the man that is trying to, a nascent industry that the man does not know, does not build up capacity. And you're telling him to pay this, pay that, and then there's a demurrage attached to,
this time the thing is there.
The thing is there, and also affecting the cost of material. That alone is also an issue that we're facing. So I think as an industry, we're looking at it holistically to be able to address all this.
Okay, so there's so many things that we need to consider in this energy conversation: affordability, accessibility, and of course, ensuring that it is now clean energy, right? But in the African context, so that we touch all the facets of this conversation, what does energy transition really mean for us as Africans and in the context of an African?
For us as an African, we're talking about a just energy transition. What I mean, we're not just we're talking about just, inclusive, and equitable energy transition. Over decades, we've been talking about using fossil fuel And fossil fuel, one of the issues of fossil fuel is it's not like it's not a good thing, but it has been one of the environmental degradations that we have seen in the Niger Delta. The poor, the poor and the total that are closer to where the oil rigs are, but are not benefiting, from the very resources that are in their backyard. And then access to energy is also there. I was an IT student working with shared development, shared development at Ebema Power Plant, the production center. Right in where we are producing, you could see communities in darkness. It was only the production center that we are that was having access to energy. But remember, these communities are the one producing this energy.
Really?
But where we are,
there's no light.
Where we are, there's no light. It's only the producer that has light. So what is that just? And then the farmer that goes to farm cannot even farm in his farm because of the environmental issues that has to acid rain, pollutions that have affected their farmlands. Yeah. And you have these divide and rule policies, that only the ones that are aware without the society can come and they give them contract, others are left behind. So when we talk about just energy transition, we're talking about not just moving from fossil fuel to renewable energy, but also talking about moving justly, taking away that environmental degradation that we have seen, those acid rain, those salt that has affected the people. We are saying is it just? And we say just is that they will not be able to see those kind of menace, those kind of phenomena that has affected them before. Those things will not be part of the transition that we're talking about. That's one. We're talking about inclusiveness. I've just mentioned that where I was serving, where I was doing my IT, that the community were not involved. So women and children were just there. In fact, to be sincere, candid with you, some of them were the guests that were there didn't even know that they had a lot of stake. Instead, they were coming for night hangout.
Yeah.
The guys in the night, they will just sneak in to come and do one or two things. And then when they give them rice or this, they say, this is a big thing that they've gotten. They are just taking a piecemeal from the whole big chunk that they would have benefited. So what does it mean by saying a just energy transition? Is an inclusive energy transition where the farmer, the market women, the children, the girls, or everyone that is involved in that community is a part, take ownership of the project. Take ownership of whatever being their what God has given them as an endowment, natural endowment. They're also part of it, part of that, sharing. And then they are involved in all decision making. That is another. I just talked about that equitable energy transition. We are at the back, as an African, what we're talking about. There's issues as a result of the climate change, where the global south, both of during the industrial age, they are the ones that, part of all the issues of climate change here and there has been caused by the global south. And they created it, yes. And then these issues, one way or the other, because of the threats of climate change, we are bearing the brunt. Africans, we have a lot of, you see, desertification here and there, flood, drought happening all over Africa. Flood, you can see from Lokoja, you know what has happened. I'm sure you're aware of what's happening in Lokoja. From where I'm coming from the south, a lot of pollutions here and there. Everywhere we see, signs, footprints of climate change. But what about the equity? How is equity? How is it distributed? I mean, the resources that is coming from those people are cost coming. If they are bringing in the resources, funds to back up what they have said they've cost. Are they sharing that? Those resources, are they sharing equitably to the global south? There's this loss and damage fund. There are so many organizations. Those organizations are not only about, for example, now annually, about $2.3 trillion is what is a mark for climate change and for all these issues in terms of climate change. How much is coming to Africa? Just about, as I'm talking to you, just about 40 billion for last year. $40 billion out of 2.3 trillion. But we are the ones bearing the brunt of the climate change issues.
That they created.
So there should be equitable distribution of this wealth coming from the global south, so that we can maybe.
So how can Africa as a continent avoid making the same mistake that the global south made? For example, how can we balance? Because look, we want energy. At this point, before we really talk about cleaner energy, we even want energy first, whichever form that it wants to come. Because if you are telling us to all transition to clean energy, many people don't even have the initial one that comes from fossil fuel. So how do we first, Africa as a continent, how do we best balance it out that we can get equitable energy transition, or energy as it were, for the continent, and then see how it does not affect the climate bad, so we don't contribute to the problem that was already created?
Yeah, I used to tell a friend that somebody that is hungry, I don't know if you, is in the medical terms, somebody that is hungry does not diet. You're hungry. You're hungry for energy.
Point. Yes.
And then you want to diet. You know what the diet is? You want to select this, select that, select that.
Yes, yes.
So for Africa, we don't need to diet much. What we need to do is to, harness the available resources that we have. Harness them well. For example, now we're talking about, we have the fossil fuel that we have. We also have abundant sunshine. We also have the biomass.
We're close to water, so there's no hydro.
Yeah, so there's no hydro, yes. So we have a lot of it. So we can do this. We have the energy mix, along that part. Part of the hydro, part of the steam, part of the gas,
solar.
Like that. Yeah. And then we also have the solar. And then by so doing, we can be able to leapfrog. Because, like we said, the solar system, I just mentioned that they are not cheap. They are not cheap. Solar systems are not cheap. Yeah. And then wind is also not cheap. But I am sure that with time, as time goes on, the levelized cost or the upfront cost will begin to, drive down. With so much pressure from the international community, those prices will come. But as an African, our advocate should be that we should use what God has given us to be able to drive our own transition. Because the industrial age that the Europeans used, they used the steam turbine, the coal, that as it were, to develop their own nations. Why are we not using our own fossil fuel? The only challenge I have has been the corruption issues. If that can be tackled holistically, there's so much things as regards to the fossil fuel. So in terms of.
But I know everybody's talking clean energy right now. I think at the last COP 32, I think. Yes, all they were talking about. Everybody was talking about how to transition to clean energy, less fossil fuel usage. But if you were to check from your own experience, are we adopting these renewable energy alternatives very fast or fast enough?
Because, like I said, the challenge of cost, the funds that are coming in has been trickling in. Although there are several projects from the example, from the Arire Point side, there is this energizing education, energizing agriculture, and then World Bank supported projects. But these are on silos. They are isolated projects here and there. So we are not fully driving and then the policy has not like I said, government issued. Government also is looking at using gas as a transition fuel. Just like we're talking about, using gas as a transition fuel. So, and the World Bank, all those people are coming in and looking at, so no, gas is also part of the fossil fuel. But we're saying, no, we have gas. So because of that, the adoption of renewable energy has not been fast enough. Although it has taken effect, we've seen here and there, different, I just mentioned different projects in silos across the country. But it hasn't taken effect, because if it has taken effect, we'll have seen grid integration into the, renewable integration into the grid. We'll have seen smart energy systems. We'll have seen, so much isolated mini grids here and there. But we would have seen EVs, electrical vehicles. But like the technology, we're just driving. It's nice sense. But maybe within the next 2030, maybe the next 5 years,
5 years,
we'll begin to see, we'll begin to see traction. Begin to see scale in terms of.
Let me go to personal experiences. During the time when you were at AEDC, right? What systemic issues affected power efficiency? Like, were this power grid collapse or whatever kind of collapse? What were the things that usually caused it?
Just to correct that, I'm still in AEDC. I've not. Okay. So the power issue is a whole chain in terms of issues. One of the issues that we face in terms of power has been the weak grid infrastructure. When I mean grid infrastructure, the lines are not so strengthened. You have from the TCN angle, from transmission angle, we have issues in terms of transformers. From that angle. So most of the transformers, they don't have redundancy. They also call redundancy. We have issues in terms of power plant phase, there's another one that can quickly take over. I was in Germany some years back, and we did a study in terms of the probability of a grid collapsing in Germany. And could you imagine that after doing this study, for a grid to collapse in Germany, it was like 70 to 80 years for it to collapse. But this is what is happening, collapsing in Nigeria.
Once a month.
If it's not taking once a so it's a sort of a lot of grid infrastructure. Our grid has so many issues. That's on one side. We also have issues in terms of liquidity. You know what we call liquidity? What I mean that the cash flow that is coming from the sales of energy. We have issues in terms of, because most of the discos are not able to pay back the cost of the energy they procure from the gencos. Why is this so? Because of so much energy theft. I just mentioned so many bypasses, energy losses on the line, and that has affected the investment coming in from private developers coming in to invest. But we're looking at with the new developments coming on in terms of smart technology, smart SCADA systems is also helping to reduce that cost in terms of reduce the problem of technical losses. These are some of the issues, and then also manpower issues. We have issues in terms of manpower. Most of our men, we have aging men, men. Although we have the medium age for Nigeria, we have younger people, but the capacity, the skill is not there. So that's what we're looking at. Whether
I think I'm going for trainings.
No, not at the whole, but most of these are young chaps these days. Looking out for jobs like the power plant seems to be like I don't know how to put it, a job for the lazy people that for hard work. They want sharp. Maybe I don't know. This is who works. What they can sit at home and do. So it has been an issue in terms of getting skilled men to do this job. But it's something that government is doing to be able to reorientate the mind of it, that these jobs come with benefit, come with lots of life that you live after. That I say yes, I've actually served my country. I've actually put in effort in terms of making a place, making my country, making the grid, making life safer for my fellow citizens.
Okay, so some of the problems that I would say typically engineers in the power sector face, are there channels where they make these their ideas known to people who are making the policy and the decisions? Because the truth is, people are in the field, right? These engineers are in the field, and then they see the challenges. Are there ways where they communicate these things so that policies are made, and then we can get easier ways and make it even more attractive for younger people who are perhaps coming up from universities as fresh graduates? They can see this thing as something that they can be attracted to.
Yeah, there are lots of we're making engagements here and there, not just with the government, but also several stakeholders within the energy sector. For example, as a person, I'm involved in various stakeholder engagements in terms of shaping the energy transition process. And there are lots of, for example, if you look at Nigerian Society of Engineers, like you are as a member, we advocate for energy access. We advocate for using most of engineers to do our job, not to use quack men, people on the street to do jobs. So we advocate for that. And then there are also a lot of think tanks. We have the next year power dialogue that is a weekly, it's almost a monthly power dialogue where we come, look at several issues that are bottlenecks to the growth of the power of the sector, and we transfer those issues, provide solutions to them, and communicate those issues to government and to even to development partners to see where they can come in, like an advisory, and also as an advisor to them. And then we'll look at that area and then move into that direction. And then we also have the REAN, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. It's an umbrella body of the Renewable Energy Association, where all developers come in, and wherever as they do their projects, wherever they see challenges, they bring those challenges to the body, and then those challenges are brought up as a body, not just as an individual, and it's brought up to government, and government looks at it holistically, and through that a policy is provided, and then that drives future work in that direction.
Okay, Engineer, good day. Thank you so much for at least breaking a couple of these things. We'll go on a very short break. Please stay with us. When we come back, because I want to ask you particular questions to communities, in terms of small communities in rural areas where ideally our ideas don't get to reach, especially in terms of policies. But we'll be right back. Please stay tuned, and of course the conversation will continue.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome back to the show, Just Africa. We'll be having a very, very technical, but of course important conversation with engineer Good Day Chinwo. And he's been making us understand a lot of things, of course, especially the challenges, why, in basic terms, why we don't have light. Let me just put it like that. But, I mean, we see that some of the bottlenecks are beyond the typical engineer that you face on the streets. And so before, I had to drop this warning. Before you beat up that electrician or that NEPA person that comes to your house to come and tweak something, please understand that some of the problems are not his own. Welcome back to Engineer Chinwo to this conversation. I know we were trying to understand what it means, this energy transition really means. But I was going to ask from this angle, right? And if you go visit a place where they don't even have any form of energy that they depend on, what would be the first thing that you recommend that they have or they build?
Okay, thank you for this question. I was once a research counselor for London Business School.
Okay.
What is that research counselor? Is to be able to understand and study the contemporary challenges facing rural communities. And one of the issues that I noticed was that, like I just mentioned, was that the nexus to every indices was tied to access to energy. And because of that, it created a barrier that people were just like, they were left alone, isolated, not knowing what to do. So, and I noticed that there must be something that needs to be done. First, like we just mentioned, that we have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. What I mean by tier 1, the first form of energy that can come to them, even because of the affordability issues that we're talking about. What's the first form of energy? And then the second, for example, when we say tier 1, we're talking about charging phones and then having a lighting point first for those kind of community, and then they can be able to move from there. And then you move from charging phone to lighting point to radio and television, and then that's tier 2. Now move from tier 3 to charging phone, lighting homes, television, radio, and also using it for productive use of energy. So first thing first is to look at solar home systems. What I mean solar home systems? These are the ones that are for communities that are in hinterlands, like I just mentioned earlier, communities that are very far from the grid, that is even they are not even in cluster communities. Like when I mean cluster communities, there are some places you can install mini grid. You look at a load center, and then there are communities that are close to each other, and then you can put up, even if there's no grid there, you can put up a mini grid there that can cover them. But there are communities that are so far that only them, you cannot put up a mini grid for them. So in those kind of community, like we call them tier 1. Those tier 1 kind of community, those people use solar home systems. That, like I mentioned, that can serve them the battery system and then the solar panel. That can use it for the lighting points and also use it also for charging of their phones. And then that way they can grow from there. And then gradually, when they see the benefit of access to energy, and then they can say, okay, we need television, we need fridge, okay, we need to use it to do other things, and then from there, one of the benefits of access to energy in those particular areas is that people move from urban centers, urban communities where they are, urban areas, and then move back to the villages rural areas because access to energy has arrived in those places, and then they can be able to use it to do the barbing, saloon, irrigation of their plants, and then from there you could see productive of energy.
Economy
and
now
as a result, economic development begin to build, and then you don't even need to come to town, and then as a result you could begin to talk about that those people can be able to train up their children with their own finances and up to university level. So the access to energy, like I said, there's a hierarchical level. But first thing first, for those people that are in hinterland, you can use the solar system. Those are in cluster communities, but are also isolated. We use the mini grid to serve those places. We call them distributed energy resource. Use that to serve them. And then we also have the interconnected mini grid. The areas where there are the urban centers, but the grid cannot serve them well. But they needed a premium service. They needed a 24-hour service. Those areas you can combine the grid and then also the hybrid system. The solar the mini grid, and join them together, and then you can have a premium, reliable power supply that can serve them 24/7 in those areas.
Okay, engineer, I do know that one of the arguments that usually come up, especially on social media, is we have different alternative power sources, right? Just like you highlighted, there's hydro, there's solar, there's the one from fossil fuel. However, with even access to these things, we still have power failures. Many people will be like, how come we have all these things and we still cannot assure 24 hours of power? What could be the cause? I'm not talking Nigeria alone now, because many African cities have some of this access as well. There's solar, very common in, there's sunlight rather, very prevalent in Africa as a continent. And of course, many of us are also still close to water, and yet we don't have consistent power supply. What could be the causes? Hello, engineer. All right, we'll go on a very quick break, and of course, we'll try to fix the technical difficulty that we're experiencing. But please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back to the show. We apologize for that small technical difficulty. Of course, we still got Engineer Chinwo in the studio for the set of this conversation, and we're still looking at energy transition and, of course, access for African communities. And I was asking him earlier, I hope you can still hear me now.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so I was asking you, so despite our many access to alternative power sources, how come we still don't have light?
Okay. Let's say we don't have light, but we're not having it abundantly the way we want to, that can, drive development. Okay. One of the critical issues as regards to why we don't have, reliable power supply is what I call, the weak infrastructure, the grid infrastructure. The grid is weak in the sense that it cannot be able to, take in as much capacity that can, take along every household in Nigeria.
But the grid, does it take from all the forms of power generation, hydro, solar, fossil fuel, whichever one, all of them goes to the same grid?
No, what I mean is that, yes, for example, we have the base load, like you just mentioned. All these are base load. What I call base load is that they are the ones that can, first of all, kickstart the process. And then, for example, in the morning that you come, there's a kind of capacity that you need to drive the process first. And then when people start, returning home from work from around 4 p.m. to about 6 p.m., we call them peak load. So what is that capacity that can drive in those periods? These are the things that help strengthen the grid. But we don't have such capacity in terms of strengthening the grid. That's why we're talking about integrating the renewables like solar, integrating the battery system, integrating the wind to steady the capacity that we have. What we have now is currently is working in silos here and there, but the grid is just 5,000, and we don't have this other source of power that can be integrated to the grid to make it big enough to be able to wheel out enough energy that can carry everybody at the same time. So because of that, so for example, in Europe, for example, we have what we call virtual power plant. Virtual power plant is that you as an individual can even produce energy and wheel to the grid. Everybody is call them prosumer. There's a policy of feeding tariff. There's net metering. Prosumer, that's an individual can produce energy.
Produce and consume. Hello, Engineer Chide. So I'm assuming the network is pretty bad. So we're trying to understand the dynamics of it all. And I think he explained a bit, right? Because if you have different forms of power generation, and you would expect that, when you're using one, and then maybe the power on this one depletes, you move on to the next alternative, right? And everybody's looking at clean energy as a power source. Before we even transition to that one, can we even ensure that the basic one, we can make do of it? Because how prevalent is solar alternative, as it were? Can we boast and say, because we already acknowledged, engineer already acknowledged that to even use solar is expensive, right? We're calculating the cost as well. So the most, or the cheapest form is, the one that goes with gas and maybe fossil fuel. But if we are at the point where all of these have not been incorporated to the point where it gets us from base level to the top, we're still going to have to struggle. And that is what we're experiencing. And because we're struggling in that part, economic development is also slow. We can already see where they meet. Engineer, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
So please continue with your chain of thought. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go on. Hello, engineer. Can you do us just a favor if you can move to another position? Perhaps that would help. All right, we'll just go on a quick break, and of course, when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Just wrapping it up. Don't go anywhere.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Study Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back. We apologize one more time, but we've still got Engineer Chinwo with us. We just want to wrap it up because of time. Engineer Chinwo, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so because of time, yeah, just final words. If you were to advise a government, an African government, per se, or investor, or a founding member, or somebody who can help us scale up in terms of energy transition, what would your advice be to them?
My advice would be to look at not just bringing in finance, because finance, like you said, is critical to development and scaling up of renewable energy projects in Africa. Apart from financing, we also look at how to strengthen our institutions, so that such much that not just that we have policies on ground, but also how well those policies are well implemented. Because enforcing policies is critical. Because you can have a fine policy on paper, but on ground, there's a different reality. We just mentioned what is happening in terms of on supply chain, in terms of bringing in equipment to Nigeria. We're also having issues in terms of solar installations. Bottlenecks in terms of permits. For example, to even get a permit to install a solar project in Nigeria, will take up to 0 to 9 to almost a year just to get a permit to do a solar project. And there are so many other issues that comes along. And then also most of the projects that we do these days, they don't take the community, they don't carry community along. They do projects in silos. Companies are not carried along, and as such, within a short time frame, projects begin to fail. There's no long-term sustainability plan that can take project from year 0 to 10 years or 20 years that the project was envisaged in the first place. What is the issue? Because nobody, after they've done the installation, done the commissioning, and the project is working, everybody goes. There's no OEM, there's no operation and maintenance, there's afterthought. Those ones are not put in place to ensure the project continues to run. We have so much grant projects that World Bank gave grants to Nigerians, developers, and they've installed and they left. Over 45% or 50% of those projects currently are redundant because there was no long-term sustainability plans involved. Community were not involved, taken along to manage the project. So it's important that stakeholders involved, from government angle to the community involved, everyone should be carried along, even within the inception of the project, so that the project becomes a sustain something. At the end of the day, everybody, there'll be a win-win situation, both for the developer, both for the investor, and for the community. But the issues that we have, like you just mentioned, even the community projects, if you've heard, there was a project that was launched 3 years ago in BUK, Bayero University. Okay. After launching and installed everything, as I'm speaking to you now, that project just collapsed. Why is it collapsed? There was no demand assessment. They didn't, do a site assessment to know what is the demand of the school that can carry. So students were just owning appliances here and there, and because of that, and the solar system were not able to, the capacity was so small, wasn't able to carry out whatever they were doing. Yeah. So and as it collapsed. So there was no proper site visibility, no visibility study carried out, no site assessment carried out. You just go and install solar because you want to install, and there's a boom, there's a commissioning like that. We've installed, we've done, we've done that. At the end of the day, we are back to square one. So project must, so
in one sentence, right? In just one sentence, if somebody asks you, do you think that Africa is positioned well enough to be able to say in 5-10 years, move or transition easily to the point that everybody now has perhaps not equal access, but at least access to alternative energy? In one sentence.
I don't think we are in that part currently. Why do I say so? Even the minerals that needs to, for example, if you check China, for example, you have almost every home has a particular business that is in terms of solar innovation. Maybe that somebody is doing battery, somebody is doing panel, somebody is doing charge controller, somebody is doing inverter. As such, there's almost no home that does not have energy because of all the value chain are covered within the country. Here, we import everything. We import even the raw materials, the minerals that come for battery, the minerals that come for inverter. We import everything out on raw, raw items, and then it goes to China, and the values are added and brought back. If we can begin to talk about adding value to those things and bringing manufacturing, bringing local content back to Africa, that is when we can be talking about defrogging to everybody having access to energy. But for now, we're not yet right there. And in the next 10 years, I don't think we'll be there because there are so many issues. Even corruption is a main issue. Yeah, so we're not yet there. And maybe I would say in the next 20 or 30 years, when new generation of new Africans will begin, the youth, take over, knowing where that is where the future lies. And no need to begin to, Japan or anywhere, but rather bringing those techs, bringing those skills that we have to develop our continent.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Godey for the insights that I brought to this conversation. I do hope that at least one or two people have learned something, and we're hoping to get better. I know that 10 years is looking like a bleak future, but we can start from somewhere, aside from conversations like this. Thank you so much for being a guest on today's show, okay?
I appreciate you calling me on board. I appreciate that.
All right. Today's conversation makes one thing very clear. Energy transition in Africa is not just about technology, it's about access, equity, and economic opportunity. We'll go on a break, and of course, when we come back, we'll still have another robust conversation on today's episode of the show. Perhaps you would learn one or two things. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a deceased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo Festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo Festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo Festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people, and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Oniko, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960, and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Ba of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Back to Just Africa, the project program where we explore the bold ideas shaping the continent's growth, its people, and of course the place in the world. All right, do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and of course subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. Africa's economy is growing, and of course many of them are sustained by small and medium businesses and enterprises. To reach the next level, businesses need more than just hard work. They need strong systems and integrity. Today on Just Africa, this episode, we would explore how trust and reputation, what we call integrity capital, helps small businesses attract the funding, partners, and loyal customers they need to scale up. We're discussing how to turn a daily hustle into a lasting, sustainable company. Joining us to break this down is Jennifer Thurston. Jennifer is the strategic advisor at a solutions agency with professional training from the University of Miami School of Business. With years of experience advising organizations on strategy, marketing, customer engagement, and profitability, she works closely with businesses to strengthen operational structures and align growth objectives with sustainability and ethical practices. Her work emphasizes that long-term profitability is inseparable from credibility, discipline, and market trust. Hello, Jennifer.
Good morning. Well, on my end, good morning.
Yeah. Good afternoon around here in Africa. How is the Bahamas today?
I know, I'm still getting adjusted.
How's the Bahamas today?
Cold. Well, let me preface that by saying cold for us is anything below 70, so.
Okay, listen, let's set the context, yeah? Small and medium enterprises are, Africa's growth story. How do these help economic development yet so vulnerable to, make them don't fail? Or what essentially is it?
Okay, sorry, I'm having a bit of a difficulty hearing you. I don't know if it's internet issues, but...
Okay, so Africa as a continent generally depends on small and medium enterprises to scale up, right? The economy's development depends on all of them being like this. As it is dependent, many of them are still vulnerable to failure. Why is this so?
Okay. Let's start with, because I had to do a little bit of research, because this is not my market, Nigeria. So I looked into it. And your economy, 96% is, GDP, 50% of it comes from small and medium-sized businesses.
Yes.
They are 96% of all businesses, and 80% of your employment comes from small and medium-sized businesses. So this is definitely a matter that needs to be addressed. And looking into it, and you're not so different, I guess, from us in the Bahamas, because a lot of the issues come from your environment. When I say environment, the social, the government, the legal. Your country is rated at 131 as far as difficulty for doing business out of 190. The Bahamas is not much further away. So I don't want you to think this is judgmental.
Okay.
in order to make things sustainable, and when we say sustainable, we simply want to say the easiest way for a business to do business within the environment that they are in, using local products, things like conserving energy, reducing waste, basically reducing your carbon footprint. So we want to make businesses easy to operate, but in order to be easy to operate, we need some help from some of your agencies. The government needs to step up. And I checked. There are grants available so people can get financing, but 64% of the people interviewed had not received any funding. So that's a big number. And that is key. If your government is not behind you, there's only so much we can do, honestly. So the government needs to take a bigger look at what can we do to make things more sustainable, more capital more accessible for these businesses to actually expand. Now, beyond that, because we can't always wait on the government to do anything. There's something called group economics, and something that we are doing here that can be implemented anywhere. We have actually started a group. It's called the Global African Caribbean Community, because for too long we have been kind of myopic in our view. It has to be within our reach. But we are now a global market. So what once seemed far-fetched is now becoming the norm. So there are going to be some, I guess, innovative moves that need to be made as far as looking outside of your immediate economy. If that's looking at another African country or one of our countries in the diaspora. Like, for instance, we just did a collaboration with Ghana where we had an Afro-Caribbean meeting of small and medium-sized businesses. Because we're like, look, we need to find a way to make this work. Out of that came new trading routes, new business partners, capital, and these are not the multi-millionaire, billionaire people, because no, we don't all have that. But what we do have is masses of people. And if we can work as a collective, we can get some things done.
So from your experience, I mean, you already alluded to the fact that the Bahamas share similar experiences with Africa as a continent, right? So from your own experience doing advisory work, what structural gaps do you notice that stalls our, SME growth in the continent of Africa?
Outside of the big G, the government, there's also competition. Competition in whatever market you're in. Like, for instance, you always have the larger corporations that are going to be given the advantage, unfortunately, that's going to work against you, which is why I'm saying our solution as small businesses is to do it as a collective. If, for instance, I'm in the Bahamas and I want to do business, I'm selling hot sauce. I can, as an individual, try to create my brand and market and sell to my local market, which is very small in comparison to yours. Or I can connect, like we did with Ghana. I can connect with someone in Nigeria who may be able to source peppers for me. We are still prohibited by distribution. There are still those things that need to be worked out. But as we speak, people are developing trade routes, airline routes. So this is something that is actively being worked on because as what I call is the awakening, we are realizing that we are each other's strength. No longer is it, okay, let me go get it from China. Oh, it's easier to get it from the U.S. because our country is half an hour away from the U.S. But with the climate of what is going on there, it's going to be to our advantage to find routes and ways of shipping and ways of transferring money, because that too sometimes is prohibitive. But again, as the demand rises, the companies are going to have to meet the demand. So we are going to have to, as small businesses, demand these things. We need to say, look, I need to find a way to get my pepper sauce to Nigeria because it's a larger market there.
Yes.
And it's going to be it's not black and white. It definitely is not going to be easy. But I can see the shift and I can see the movement because before, the thought of even shipping to Nigeria was non-existent.
Yes. So when we talk about integrity capital, I don't know if we're talking about the money that is attached to integrity, but what does it mean in real business, in the business economy or a business conversation or operations? What do we mean by investment capital?
Investment or integrity capital?
Integrity capital, sorry.
Okay, no problem. I always tell people a large part of, as a small business, of what your business becomes relies on you. You have to build trust, and your consumer, unfortunately, relates you to your business. So you yourself have to stand for something. If I'm, again, selling my pepper sauce, but I'm not known to be a person that is upholding standards, either in my method of production, in my packaging, if I get subpar products and try and put it into the pepper sauce so that you know that you're not going to get a consistent product, that's a problem. So you have to build that integrity, either through your product, if you're not personally going to be involved in the business. Whatever it is, it has to have a standard. This is what building a brand is all about. Let me give you the example of the big boys that we know, the Coca-Colas of the world.
Okay.
If I'm in Nassau or if I'm in Ghana and I order a Coca-Cola, I expect a certain taste profile.
Yeah.
The integrity is the fact that I know that once I get that, it's going to be what I would drink in Nassau. It's going to be the same thing when I drink it in Ghana.
In Ghana, yeah.
So you build that with consistency of product, of service. You need to be authentic and maintain your standards and be consistent. And then you will, from the public, develop that trust in your brand, in your service, in your product, whatever it is.
And
so that is key.
Yeah. Does this influence things like access to funding? I know it already does for customers.
Absolutely.
But okay. How does that happen? How does it play out?
Because again, if you are dealing with, there's funding available. There's private or there's government. So if you're dealing with the government has certain things that they require of you. Things like licenses, maintenance of books, because people don't necessarily like to record keep. I think that's a black thing. We just get money and spend it. No, you need to track what you're doing because you need to be able to show what it is that you're doing. If you say, I'm producing 100 bottles of pepper sauce a year, you need to prove that. Once you're doing this, that gives access to the things like the government grants because they're not just going to give you money because, I know your family. No, not in government. There are exceptions, of course, to every rule, but the norm is you have to have a track record. And it needs to be one that shows you are doing what you say you are doing, which is basically what integrity is.
In your own experience, right, what are the common mistakes that you see SMEs make? Very common mistakes.
I think the biggest one, when we talk about tracking information, we feel like because we're small, we could kind of get away with some things. And no, because at some point you're going to want to scale up. But in order to scale up, you have to have proper information. You need data. And the data starts with the very first bottle of pepper sauce that you create. So I need to know what it's really costing me to make this so that I can make decisions. If I need peppers, if I need vinegar, if I put some sort of onions and peppers or whatever, however you make your pepper sauce. What do those items cost me? How much of those items does it take to fill one bottle? Like, for instance, let's say I get a bag of peppers, 1 onion, 1 sweet pepper, whatever I'm putting in it, right? I create my concoction. I now have a pot full. Now I'm bottling it. From that pot, I get 10 bottles. So if it costs me $10 to get the items that I needed, and I take and create this product and I can get 10 bottles, my cost of materials is $1. I then have to add my labor. How much time did it take me to make this pepper sauce? If it took me an hour, and if I pay myself a salary, and I pay myself, I don't know, $50 an hour, I need to add that $50 onto that $100 that I just did for those 10 bottles.
Yes.
To say, okay, this is what my costs are going to be. People don't think it's important, especially when you're doing it on a small scale. Yeah. Oh, I sell fruits and it doesn't matter. You know, I just know that at the end of the day, I've made $20. I could put $10 back into the business. No. Track every single thing. Write it down. Even if you just get a little book, write it down, because when you get to the point that, okay, I'm not just selling 10 bottles of pepper sauce now. Somebody wants to order 3 cases. I need to say, okay, this is going to cost me X, Y, Z to produce. Yeah. It's going to take me X amount of time. I'm going to need to use X amount of equipment because I may not have. You need to know what your costs are. And that is so key. And most people don't do it.
Don't do it.
Because they don't feel it's a necessity because, oh, I'm only making $500 a month. Or I'm, you know, and they feel like because it's, I'll do that once I'm making $5,000. No, in order to get to making $5,000, you need to know what you're doing now so that you can scale up to the $5,000 and make it profitable.
So if you were to advise an SME on strategies to be able to stand out in a competitive market, what are things that you tell them to focus on?
I always tell people, for me, storytelling is a big deal. And your story is uniquely yours. That is the one thing, the advantage you have on the other person is that they cannot be another you. So whatever your story is in your business, in your creating process, in your service, whatever it is that you are putting out to the public, capture that story. Be authentically you. If, like for instance, I'm in the Bahamas and I'm doing my Bahamian pepper sauce. People want to know, okay, so y'all grow peppers in the Bahamas or you have to get them from somewhere else? That's a part of the story. Oh, okay, what kind of peppers do you grow? Because there are different varieties of peppers and some peppers don't grow here. Yeah. So our pepper sauce is going to be, even though you also have a pepper sauce, ours is unique. Because in my country, our soil is primarily limestone. So it's going to give a different flavor. Like whatever is unique to my story, I need to make that the selling point for my niche market that I'm targeting.
Okay, so I know unless perhaps a business does not know where its direction is, majority of SMEs want to scale up, right? And then you told us that they should capture their particular identity and, explore that one. However, if you were to look at it from sustaining their quality and, of course, the value that they give, and don't lose that in their bid to expand, what strategy would you tell them to use?
To not lose
their
authenticity?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, again, because we're talking a general scenario.
Yes.
When you are, let me use a specific example. Let's take with the pepper sauce, right?
Yes.
In scaling up, the larger your audience and the larger the market, the more the regulations that you have to meet.
Wow.
So things like your packaging. You have to be able to package your pepper sauce in bottles or in sizes that fit whatever market you're targeting. Their shelving. So you have to take that into consideration.
Okay.
Shelf life. In order for it to be on the shelf, sitting for 6 months, there are some things that are going to be added to that. Preservatives. Which is, again, going to change your flavor just a little bit.
Okay.
So to say you want to be as true to your original identity as you are, but as you scale up, there are things that are going to necessitate some changes that you may not have considered on the level when you were starting it up. So let's pick an alcohol product. I used to locally market beer for Heineken International, our local click beer. When we were getting into exporting, we had to change bottle sizes. We had to change alcohol content. We had to change labeling because you have to display the ingredients. What you get away with on a smaller scale, you can't get away with when you're scaling up.
Yeah.
Those are added costs. So key to know your cost for what you're doing on a small scale, because as you scale up, there will be other things that you run into that you need to know. You can't be guessing, oh, it cost me $5 to make this. No. You need to know it cost me $4.32, and I need to maintain a profit margin of 30% if that's what you're looking for. Therefore, any other cost that I add to this is already going to change the price of my product.
So how can businesses, small businesses, position themselves to be investment friendly? Because essentially, we know sometimes outside funding can help you scale up. So how do you position yourself to be able to be seen by investors?
Investors want a return on their money.
Okay.
So you need to be able to prove that you're going to give them a return on their money. And again, that comes right back full circle to knowing your product, knowing the cost. They need to see that you are vested in your business. You have done your research. Like, for instance, for my pepper sauce, they need to know I know the varieties of peppers available, which pepper I'm using. If I can't find it locally and the quantity that I need, I've already looked at ways of sourcing it. I know where my packaging is coming from. I know what label I'm using, and the label that I'm using is going to meet the requirements if I'm shipping to an African market versus shipping to a European market, because there are differences. There are differences in packaging. There's differences in labeling requirements. So you need to show the investor that you are invested in what it is that you're doing. And then once you've packaged what you're doing, and they can see, okay, you're making $100 now, but they can see where you have this down to a science and it's scalable, then they're going to be inclined to invest. But I'm not going to throw my money after something that you look like you just woke up this morning and decided you wanted to do. Yeah. Why would I? If you look at it as, what would I do if it was my money? What would make me want to invest my money in my own product?
Makes sense.
If you answer those questions for yourself,
then
you can answer it for the investor, because they want a return. Now, there are people that do grants and angel funding that are available. But again, you have a whole lot of competition going after those dollars. So you, again, need to know your story in and out, at the back of your hand. You need to be able to drop a pitch on a dime. You need to be able to summarize, because you may only have 2 minutes to talk to the person. You need to be able to sell yourself in that time frame, because you know your business that well. You're not guessing as to, oh, well, when I get my bottles out of Miami, it takes a longer time to bring them in. You need to be able to tell your story. And once they can see how vested you are in your product, they buy in. That's that intangible trust that is built. Because you show where, I know what I'm doing. I may not have the money to do what I want to do, but I know what I'm doing. So once I get the money, I'm going to fly.
Oh, cool. Okay, so the truth is, every person who sets up a business, right, even if it's small scale or large scale, wants to make money or profit, as we want to put it, right? But how do you advise entrepreneurs or business people to be able to balance their ambition to make money and, of course, ensure that the business scales up?
Everybody's situation would be unique. So you have to take a honest and truthful assessment of where you're at.
Okay.
Like for instance, if I'm just starting a business, I don't have any investors lined up. I may have a couple family members who say, okay, I can see Jan is serious. Let me see if I can help her. Again, analyze your situation. Do what we call is a SWOT analysis.
Yeah.
Your strengths, your weaknesses.
Yeah.
What opportunities are there really in the market? And then what are your threats? What the competition?
Competition, yes.
The availability of resources. You need to analyze those things before you even start. And I always tell people, I don't know how it is in your country, but I will speak for Bahamians. You can probably get your school friends, your family, your cousins, whatever. You can probably hit them up one time for a $20, $50 donation. And I don't know how that would convert to your Naira. But let's say I need to raise $1,000 to get my business started. I don't have a dime to my name, but I have a really good idea. I've done all my research. I've thought it through. Yes? If I need $1,000, I could either find 10 people and get $100, or I could find 20 people and get $50.
Yeah.
See how this is going?
Yes, yes.
So I need to raise this capital. People will usually, if you have a good relationship, again, this is the integrity we're talking about. If they know that you're a serious person and you do what you say, or at least you attempt to the best of your ability, then I can probably get this initial capital from just immediate family and friends. Now, you probably won't have the opportunity to go back a second time unless they see where you've used the first set of money.
Yes.
Doing what you said you're going to do. So have a clear plan. Think it through. Try and think of as many obstacles, as many opportunities, as many ways of getting this done, as many ways of sourcing my peppers, if that's it, my containers, where I'm going to get them from. Do all the research that you can possibly do before you make the first step.
Yeah.
Because once you start using your capital, there's no getting it back. And unless you're going to get a return, you're just going to throw away $1,000.
Okay, if we were to advise a young business person, right, an African person who wants to start up a new business, what skills would you advise such a person to have in terms of financial discipline or whatever it is to be able to scale up in the next couple of years, say 5 to 10 years?
Key, research. Let's start there.
Research, okay.
Do all of your research. Secondly, definitely you need to have financial discipline. You need to know that when you get this $1,000, yeah, that outfit looks really cute, and yeah, you'd really like to go to the party this weekend, but no, you're going to have to pass because you've gotten this money for a specific thing. That's the integrity. You need to maintain that. You need to stay focused. If this is what you say you're going to do, then do it. And there's not always a quick return. There's going to be maybe 2 years of just literally making money to turn back over and put back into the business.
Okay.
So if in addition to your business that you're building, you need to maintain a side job, then do that. Okay. And organize your time, because time is our most precious resource. You cannot get it back once it's gone. Organize your time so that you're maximizing it. So let's say you have to do a part-time job and you work 3 days out of the week, because that's going to give you X amount of money that you know that you're going to use as backup to sustain yourself until your business can pay for itself. Then you have 4 days of the week in which work at your business. If that's creating the product to sell, if that's going out to market and actually selling it, if that's trying to get samples into stores where you can try to get placement so that you have more distribution, whatever it is, once you've done the research of all these different things, you need to execute what it is that you say you want to do. And you cannot expect the miracle. We are in a generation of, I call them the microwave generation. They want to put it in, turn on 30 seconds, and then come out with popcorn. No, my dear, there is no quick fix. Those are the one-offs, the social media influencing that's going to be making enough money to, yeah, it's wonderful to aspire for all those things, but not to say to give up on any dream that you have, but the practicality of it is, the masses, it requires discipline, it requires work, and it requires you to be consistent at what you're doing.
Consistency.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you highlighted, staying true to what you do, like owning your identity, and of course, staying the course consistently. But if you were to be asked, like, on a general one-sentence term, how long would it take for a business to start to see profit that will be sustainable, especially for a business that had just started? How long would it naturally take?
They usually say between 3 to 5 years, you will either see a profit or the death of your business.
3 to 5 years?
So, yeah, because there's a time period where, okay, you're producing, you're just getting out into the market with my pepper sauce. I'm sampling, I'm trying to find distribution routes. It's a lot of trial and error. Okay. There is no foolproof plan, even with all the research you've done.
Yeah.
Because the environment is constantly changing. The only constant we have is change. You need to be able to adapt to whatever is going on. So even if I have my foolproof plan, I've done my SWOT analysis, I know how to source my product, I have gotten my family members, and I have my $1,000 capital. I know I'm getting my peppers from, I have my bottles lined up. Boom, now I have my pepper sauce. And I've spoken to a few stores that said, okay, they'll try it, or they'll allow you space in their stores for you to go and sample it with consumers. Because now you have to get the consumer to actually buy this product.
Yes.
That's a process. That's not an overnight thing. You literally set a schedule. If you can get 5 stores that will allow you, even if they don't allow you space inside, say, okay, can I just sit out front and sample my product? They allow you space to sample. And people, if they like your product, they're like, oh, well, where's this from? And, okay, well, I can provide you, and you may have to do delivery to make it easily accessible. Yeah. If you don't have a distribution point. And until you build to the point where there's enough of a demand for you to, like, possibly get it into the first store or whatever, it's a process. So once you've gotten all of that, and if you get it placed in a store and you get regular, then you need to promote it. Because, you got it on the shelf. Wonderful. Guess what? There are 5 other pepper sauces right next to yours.
Yes.
What is your pricing strategy? Are you going to go for undercutting the market and trying to get in as a loss leader? And if you do that, you may get stuck in that strategy unless you do something like an introductory price offer for a limited time, which gives you room to then go back to your original price that you want to charge.
Yes.
But it cannot be a jump. Like you can't introduce your product at $1 and then want to be selling it at $5. So you introduce it for 3 months at $1, and then the person comes back again to get it, and it's $5. That's not going to fly.
Okay.
So again, strategies for all those things. And these are the kinds of things you think through before you spend the first $1.
Thank you. Yeah, I know.
And it's work. It is work. It's work that people don't usually like to do. It's the work that people don't do. But let me tell you, let me give you the example of the beer company that I worked with. Most people know Heineken International, yes? Okay, good. Yes. You would think beer sells itself, right? Because people just like, in the Bahamas, I don't know about there. We drink when we're happy. We drink when we're sad. We drink for a wedding. We drink for a funeral. We drink for graduation. Like, any excuse, honestly. Yes. So you would think beer just sells itself. And I tell people, no. You would not believe the amount of, first, research. millions of dollars in research. One, researching consumers' taste profiles. What do they want from a beer? What is the experience they expect to have? Like, you would not believe the amount of research. And then they take this information and they put together strategies. Based on my local beer, when I took it over, I think I was like third or fourth in the market. And I was like, okay, so how are we going to get Bahamians to trust this as their beer of choice? I was like, okay, what is it to be a Bahamian? Let's identify top 5 things. When people think Bahamian, what do we think? So we did a little bit more research. Go to the market. Ask the market, because the market is going to tell you what it wants. They wanted Junkanoo is our national festival. Okay, so anything Junkanoo is Bahamian. Conch salad is Bahamian. Regatta is a Bahamian. We identified those key items. And now the strategy was, how do we own those items with beer? How do we pair beer with Junkanoo? How do we pair beer with conch salad? How do we pair? And you find strategies. And each of those had a specific strategy.
Yeah.
Each of those had marketing materials, the print, the radio, because each of them was, even though we say we want to get everybody, we can't look at everybody. We have to identify who our key audiences and gear everything that we do toward that. So again, I cannot stress enough. Research.
Research. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I do know that the conversation will continue, because I mean, we already had an understanding that I'm going to bring it back in the new year, right? Which is just a couple of days away, right? But then again, thank you so much for joining us on today's episode of the show. Your insights will be very, very helpful. I know we didn't have enough time, but we will continue this conversation again. And thank you for joining us on Just Africa today to bring all your wealth of experience, okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
All right. On this note, we draw the curtains on this week's episode of Just Africa. We would like to thank all our guests that have joined us, of course, from Jennifer, and of course, Engineer Godeshiwo, who also was here earlier. Until next time, let's keep asking the best questions, and of course, let small businesses continue to research so that they can upskill. Until tomorrow, I remain Emmanuel Amalo. Have a wonderful day, and join us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Well, I would
would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. the sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league, then they will tell them who will watch Nigerian league. I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us. Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to
increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award, in the early 70s, I think. It was in the early 70s. And people had phone to purchase cars. Traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police.
That's right.
And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni wosaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. 3 billion. Almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the disco. It's independent of the... But they are doing a good work because they have offered to do... They have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has... many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way live. That the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. You know, initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. I mean, you cannot, I mean, the LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, I mean, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discourse as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly. From functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there's no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters. Okay. So that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the Outer Marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboche Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News here on SOUQ News Television. We are reaching live from our studios in Lagos, bringing you stories around business, economy and development. My name is Grace Komolafe. Let's begin with today's top stories. 8 African countries study Nigeria's data protection framework for regulatory lessons experience. Nigeria adopts NIN as tax identification number, integrating identity systems to simplify tax compliance for citizens nationwide. Africa's crude oil demand will move more than double by 2050, driving major investment needs in refining capacity. U.S. launches holiday season program encouraging undocumented migrants to voluntarily leave the United States. And Super Eagles begin Africa Cup of Nations title quest against Tanzania in Group C, Morocco. Thank you for joining us. Now we'll bring you the news in details. No fewer than 8 African countries are currently examining Nigeria's data protection framework to learn from its regulatory experience and institutional structures. The Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, has hosted delegations seeking practical lessons on establishing and operating effective data protection authorities. The learning visit began earlier in 2025 with Somalia's Data Protection Authority visiting on July 23rd and Uganda delegation on August 5. Other countries involved include Botswana, the Kingdom of Eswatini, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, and the Gambia. The NDPC shared insight into its regulatory processes, enforcement mechanisms, and best practices for safeguarding personal data. Officials said the program reflects growing continental interest in data privacy and compliance, highlighting Nigeria's role as a model for Africa. The initiative is expected to strengthen collaboration among African nations on data protection and ensure harmonized approaches to private and security across the continent. And now Nigeria is in advanced negotiations with Alphabet International's Google for a new undersea cable aimed at strengthening the country's digital infrastructure and resilience, a senior government official said. The project seeks to augment existing links with Europe, reducing the risk posed by current routes, which officials describe as a single point of failure. Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi, Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, highlighted the importance of diversifying subsea connectivity aimed at rising internet demand. Africa has faced frequent outages due to damaged cables, affecting millions of users and business across the continent. A Google spokesperson confirmed the talks were at an advanced stage, but declined to provide further details. The tech giant has previously announced plans to establish 4 new infrastructure hubs in Africa to support the development of its underwater fiber optic network, helping improve access to advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence. And now the federal government has affirmed that there is only one authentic version of the recently enacted tax reform laws, dismissing claims of unauthorized changes after legislative approval. Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris made the clarification on Monday during an end-of-year new conference in Abuja. He emphasized that the version assented to by President Bola Tinubu remains the official law and has not been altered. The minister explained that the law underwent full legislative procedures, including debates and consultations at the National Assembly before presidential assent, addressing concerns over alleged discrepancies between the version passed by lawmakers and the one officially gazetted. Idris said the executive would await the National Assembly's review to confirm the accuracy of the legislation. He assured the public that implementation will proceed as planned and stressed that any claims of changes to the law were unfounded. And now Nigerians in Diaspora Chamber of Commerce has unveiled new investment platforms aimed at mobilizing Nigerian professionals and entrepreneurs living abroad to invest back home. The Chamber formally launched 8 prospective projects on Monday in Lagos at an event themed The People, the Business, and the Future of Emerging Markets. positioning the initiatives as structured pathways for diaspora participation in Nigeria's economy. Speaking at the launch, NIDCC President Patient Key said the platforms were designed to unlock secure transparency and well-governed investment opportunities for Nigerians in the diaspora. She explained that the projects cut across priority sectors and are intended to reduce risk, improve confidence, and channel diaspora capital into productive ventures with measurable impacts. In her welcome address, Key expressed the importance of bridging the gap between emerging and advanced markets. She noted that NIDCC was established not just to connect people and businesses, but to promote inclusion, mutual respect, and sustainable development that aligns diaspora interest with Nigeria's long-term growth goals. And now Nigeria recorded a 173.04 billion naira trade deficit in the raw meat, skin, and leather sector in the first half of 2025, reflecting deep structural weaknesses in local production and processing. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics showed that imports for the sector stood at 190.2 billion naira between January and June, while exports lagged far behind at 16.98 billion naira, underscoring Nigeria's heavy dependence on foreign leather products despite abundant livestock resources. A closer look at the figures revealed a mixed import trend during the period. Leather imports were valued at 109.74 billion naira in the fourth quarter of 2025, but declined sharply to 80.28 billion naira in the second quarter, representing a 36.71% drop. Analysts say the fall does not signal improved local capacity, but weaker demand and supply chain disruptions. Industry stakeholders attributed the poor performance to banditry affecting livestock production, an unfriendly business environment, outdated sanitary equipment, a shrinking skilled workforce, and the widespread consumption of momo, which reduces raw material availability. Away from that story, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has confirmed that the National Identification Number, NIN, issued by the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, now automatically serve as a tax identification number, TIN, for Nigerians. This move aligns tax administration with national identity management and simplifies compliance for citizens. The announcement comes amid concerns over a provision in the tax laws that requires all bank account holders to provide a valid tax ID. By linking the NIN with tax identification, the government aims to streamline financial transactions, reduce duplication, and improve revenue collection efficiency. Data from NIMC shows that as of October 2025, 123.9 million Nigerians have been issued NINs. FIRS officials stated that this integration will help enhance compliance and formalize the nation's financial system, benefiting both taxpayers and regulatory authorities. The Afro-Brazilian Heritage Festival took place from December 19 to 21, 2025 on Lagos Island, highlighting the deep cultural roots of Afro-Brazilian communities in Nigeria. Centered around the Remembrance Arcade at Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS, and its surrounding streets, the festival was led by the Brazilian Descendant Association of Lagos. Families from historic neighborhoods such as Campos, Lafiaji, and Olowogbowo participated in the vibrant three-day celebration with prominent names such as Cardoso, Peregrino, Da Silva, and Da Rocha. Held under the theme Heritage and Unity, the event featured cultural performances, exhibitions, and processions that honored the legacy of formerly repatriated Afro-Brazilian families. It serves as a reminder of their contribution to Lagos architecture, commerce, and traditions. Still to come, Kuwait has linked a $4.1 billion deal with China to complete the construction of the Mubarak Al-Kabir port. These and many more stories to come after this break. Stay with us.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Daron Acemoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developing other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erewa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Glad to know you're still with us. Now we'll bring you more stories. Africa's crude oil consumption is projected to more than double from 1.8 million barrels per day to 4.5 million barrels per day by 2050, driven by population growth, urbanization, and industrialization. The African Refiners and Distributors Association (ADA) said the surge in demand is expected to transform the continent's energy landscape, creating a significant need for investment in refining capacity. ADA Executive Secretary Anibal Kraga noted that meeting future consumption needs will require more than $100 million in refining investment over the coming decades. The association highlighted that Africa's refining sector remains one of the world's largest untapped opportunities, offering potential for private investors, multinational energy companies, and governments seeking to secure energy self-sufficiency. Industry analysts say the anticipated growth presents opportunities not only in refining but also to downstream infrastructure, logistics, and local energy markets, positioning Africa as a key player in the global petroleum sector. Kuwait has inked a $4.1 billion deal with China to complete the construction of the Mubarak Al-Kabir port, a strategic project aimed at boosting the country's role in global trade. The agreement, confirmed by the State Audit Bureau, covers the engineering, procurement, and construction contracts for the port on Boyan Island. Prime Minister Sheikh Hamad Al-Abdullahi Al-Hamad Al-Sabah attended the signing ceremony, highlighting the government's commitment to diversifying the oil-dependent economy and expanding its maritime infrastructure. The port is expected to strengthen Kuwait's logistics capacity, enhance trade flows, and position the nation as a key regional hub. Officials noted that the project's completion will create jobs, attract investment, and stimulate industrial growth. The deal reflects growing economic cooperation between Kuwait and China, aligning with broader initiatives to modernize infrastructure and supporting long-term economic resilience. Still in the news, Israeli high-tech companies secured $15.6 billion in private funding in 2025, marking a substantial increase from the $12.2 billion raised in 2024, according to a report released on Monday by Startup Nation Central. The preliminary data highlights the resilience and growth of Israel's technology sector, which is considered one of the largest and most advanced globally. The sector contributes approximately 20% of the country's GDP, provides 15% of all jobs, and accounts for more than half of Israel's export revenue, underscoring its central role in the national economy. Investors from across the globe have continued to back Israeli startups, particularly in cybersecurity, fintech, artificial intelligence, and medical technologies, signaling confidence in the sector's innovation and long-term potential. Analysts view the record funding as an indicator of Israel's continued emergence as a global tech powerhouse. Pakistan has reached a deal worth more than $4 billion to sell military equipment to Libya's Liberian National Army. According to 4 Pakistani officials familiar with the matter, the agreement stands out as one of Pakistan's largest ever weapon sales and comes despite a United Nations arms embargo on the conflict-hit North African country. The deal highlights Islamabad's growing role in global defense, export, and its willingness to pursue lucrative contracts beyond traditional partners, even amid international scrutiny and geopolitical sensitivity surrounding Libya's prolonged instability. Officials said the agreement was finalized after a meeting last week between Pakistan's military chief, Field Marshal Asim Munir, and Sandam Khalifa Haftar, the deputy commander-in-chief of the Libyan National Army. The talks reportedly took place in Benghazi, the LNA's eastern stronghold, and focused on defense cooperation, equipment supply, and long-term military ties between both sides. The deal has raised questions about enforcement on the UN arms embargo and potential diplomatic fallout. Analysts say it could draw international attention while boosting Pakistan's defense industry revenues significantly. And away from that story, India has pledged an assistance package worth $450 billion to support Sri Lanka's recovery from a devastating cyclone, Foreign Minister Subramanian said on Tuesday. Speaking during his 2-day visit to the island nation, he said that Sri Lanka was still recovering from the 2020 economic crisis when the recent natural disaster struck, compounding the country's challenges. He emphasized that India's support aims to address the immediate needs of communities hardest hit by the cyclone. The relief package will focus on restoring critical infrastructure, including road, railways, and bridges, as well as rebuilding homes destroyed in the storm. Jaishankar's announcement underscores India's commitment to regional cooperation and humanitarian assistance, reinforcing diplomatic and economic ties with Sri Lanka while helping the country recover from one of its most severe natural disasters in recent years. Moving away from that story, Japan has announced a 210 billion yen, approximately $1.34 billion subsidy program to support companies using clean energy, aiming to boost renewable power demand and stimulate regional development. A government official disclosed that the plans late Monday, stating that the funding will assist firms in investing in operations powered by renewable sources. The initiative forms part of Japan's broader effort to meet clean energy targets and reduce dependence on imported fossil fuel. As the world's 5th largest carbon emitter, Japan has faced challenges expanding wind and solar energy. The subsidy is expected to drive corporate adoption of renewables and accelerate Japan's transition towards a greener economy. And still to come, Spain is projected to become the fastest growing destination among Germany's top 10 export markets in 2025. These and more other stories will be coming your way shortly after this break. Please stay with us.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Good to know you never left, and now we'll be bringing you more stories on the World News this afternoon. The United States Department of Homeland Security, DHS, has unveiled a limited-time program designed to encourage undocumented migrants to voluntarily depart the country during the holiday season. Under the initiative, migrants who register to serve the port through the CBP Home app by year-end will receive a $3,000 stipend and a complimentary flight to their home country. Participants will also qualify for forgiveness of any civil fines or penalties charged to previous violation for remaining in the U.S. DHS noted that since January 2025, around 1.9 million undocumented migrants have left the country voluntarily, with tens of thousands using the CBP Home program. Officials said the holiday program aims to expand participation by offering both financial and legal incentives supporting orderly returns while reducing pressures on border and immigration enforcement agencies. And now British Finance Minister Rachel Reeves has instructed the Office for Budget Responsibility, OBR, to publish its next economic and public finance forecast on March 3rd. But the assessment will not evaluate her progress in meeting fiscal targets. The interim forecast will provide an overview of the economy without commenting on the government's adherence to its budget rules. In her November budget, Reeves outlined plans for the OBR to check compliance with fiscal targets, including balancing day-to-day spending with tax revenues by 2030, only once a year instead of twice. The Treasury said the March forecast would be followed by a preliminary statement maintaining the government's commitment to a single major fiscal event annually. Officials added that this approach is aimed at providing stability and certainty for families and businesses while supporting growth. Analysts note that prolonged uncertainty ahead of the November budget had previously affected confidence among consumers and firms. Still in the news, Spain is projected to become the fastest growing destination among Germany's top 10 export markets in 2025, with shipments expected to increase by 8.5% to 58.8 billion euros. This is approximately $69.31 billion, according to Germany Trade and Investment, GTAI. The surge reflects stronger demand for German goods in Spain, driven by a recovering economy and robust trade ties between the two European nations. If realized, the growth would elevate Spain into 10th space among Germany's target export destination for the first time since 2009. Analysts said the rise underscores the resilience of German export and highlights Spain's expanding role as a key trading partner. The GTAI projection signals opportunities for exporters and investors alike, as Spain's increased consumption of German goods may encourage further industrial and technological collaboration between both countries over the coming years. Away from that, the European Union is set to introduce measures targeting imported plastics to bolster its recycling industry, according to reports. The proposal is expected to include inspections on imported plastic to ensure they are properly recycled rather than disposed of or mismanaged. The initiative forms part of the EU's broader strategy to strengthen the recycle and circular economy, reduce environmental impact, and promote sustainable resource use across member states. Officials are expected to outline compliance requirements and monitoring mechanisms for importers to guarantee adherence to the recycling standards. Industry analysts say the measures could reshape the plastics trade, prompting exporters to adopt stricter recycling practices. The EU's move reflects growing concerns over plastic population and the need to secure a sustainable supply chain in recycling materials, which are increasingly in demand for domestic manufacturing and environmental compliance. Away from that story, the Trump administration has launched a sweeping campaign to dismiss thousands of asylum claims by arguing that migrants can be deported to countries that are not their own, according to reports coming out on Tuesday. The report alleges that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) attorney are urging immigrants judges to dismiss cases without airing department asylum seeking to countries like Guatemala, Honduras, and the rest of them. The White House, ICE, and the Department of Homeland Security have yet to comment. This comes as President Donald Trump prepares for an aggressive immigration crackdown in 2026 under a new Republican-backed spending package. ICE and Border Patrol will receive $170 billion in additional funding through 2029, an unprecedented boost over their current combined annual budget of $19 billion. The move signals a renewed push to reshape U.S. immigration enforcement if Trump returns to office. And now, we bring you sports story. The Super Eagles will kick off their quest for a fourth Africa Cup of Nations AFCON title on Tuesday when they face Tanzania in their opening Group C match at the Complex Sportif de Fez, Morocco. Nigeria, who finished as runners-up in the 2023 tournament, are looking to bounce back from a slow start in the 2026 World Cup qualifiers and reassert their dominance on the continental stage. Tanzania, appearing in their fifth AFCON, have never advanced past the group stage and will face a tough challenge against the three-time African champions, who are widely regarded as favorites in Group C. And lastly, on the news, Anthony Joshua faces a potential tax bill of around $66 million on his $140 million fight pause following his knockout win over Jack Paul at the Kaseya Center in Miami. Despite the empathetic victory, the British-Nigerian heavyweight could take home significantly less than Paul due to taxes in both the United States and the United Kingdom. The bout streamed on Netflix, and each fighter roughly $140 million, while Florida has no state income tax. The U.S. federal government still claims 37% of Joshua's earnings, equating to approximately $52 million. In addition, the UK tax authorities will level charges on his global income, further reducing his net take-home pay. Analysts note that such tax obligations are common for international athletes earning income abroad, especially when bouts are staged in high-tax jurisdictions, significantly impacting the net earnings of top-tier fighters like Joshua. And that's a wrap on the news this afternoon. But before we leave, here is a reminder of today's top stories. 8 African countries study Nigeria's data protection framework for regulatory lessons experience. Nigeria adopts NIN as tax identification number integrating identity system to simplify tax compliance for citizens nationwide. Africa's crude oil demand will be more than double by 2050, driving major investment needs in refining capacity. U.S. launches holiday season program encouraging undocumented migrants voluntarily leave the United States. And Super Eagles begin Africa Cup of Nations title quest against Tanzania in Group C, Morocco. And that's the news. Don't forget to follow us via our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Thanks for watching.
Rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, but what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward. Basic materials like corrugated sheets, baskets, old tires, or wood are sufficient to construct a functional snail pen. Feeding is also budget-friendly, making the overall startup cost even more appealing. A bag of snail feed is between 10,000 and 16,000 naira per 25 kg, and you can use just 2 bags to feed 50 snails for 3 months. Everything needed for snail feeding has been provided by nature. Nature itself provides most of what snails need to survive, from vegetables to watermelons and even leftover foods. One crucial factor, however, in successful snail farming is choosing the right species. Agricultural experts recommended going for the giant African land snails, which come in 3 main species. Aricantina marigata lays between 6 and 14 eggs up to 4 times a year. Achatina achatina produces 80 to 350 eggs per clutch and lays 1 to 3 times annually. And the most profitable among them all, Achatina fuka, can lay between 100 and 400 eggs, as many as 6 times a year. Despite Achatina fuka's prolific breeding, experts tend to favor Achatina marigata, as it is considered the largest land snail in the world, and its size and market appeal make it a favorite among both farmers and consumers. According to experts, Achatina achatina also remains a strong choice, particularly due to its adaptability to the African climate. The global snail market reached $647.4 million in 2024 and is projected to grow from $706.7 million in 2025 to $1.4 billion by 2034, according to Global Market Insights, a market intelligence platform. France leads global production with over 300,000 tons annually, followed by Italy and Spain producing 20,000 and 15,000 tons respectively, solidifying Europe's dominance in the snail farming industry. Chiki Okolo, SOUQ News TV.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: Japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Darren Asimoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developing other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erowa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%. Driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBC) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
As the world navigates constant change and competing voices, the call for purposeful leadership rings louder. The Scalable Leadership Summit 2025, hosted on the Leadership Channel Consultant platform, wasn't just another conference. It was a clarion call to leaders, seasoned and emerging, to abandon short-lived titles and build the kind of leadership that endures storms, spans generations, and reshapes nations. In a compelling convergence of Africa's top-level thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and organizational trailblazers, the summit issued a bold call for enduring, values-driven leadership. Under the theme, Lead Beyond Limits, Build What Lasts, the convener, Wale Adekola, emphasized that this event is not for applause. It was engineered for lasting impact.
We're talking about leaders who are going to represent leadership, who are going to become leadership ambassadors. And that is why we are launching Scalable Niger today. So Scalable Niger for us is not just a slogan. It's something that we want to see happening in every community in Nigeria, because today every participant is going to go home with three powerful frameworks. And for these frameworks, we have the first one is the Scalable Leadership Framework. The second one is ADAPT. ADAPT model is a sustainable change system that it can use to transform any system within the organization, of course, and across institutions in Nigeria, of course, and across Africa. So these are proven and tested frameworks that we have studied, we have applied, for the past 10 years. And now we want to see all these frameworks applied in Nigerian institutions and, of course, organizations.
The summit delivered a rich blend of keynote insights and fire chat dialogues, featuring voices like Adeyemi Olayiwole, Niyi Adesanya, Tara Fela-Durotoye, Honorable Adewumi Adeyemi, Professor Abraham Oshinobi, and Dr. Smith Bam, among others. The experience was further deepened by stirring spoken words, performances, and inspirational music, not merely to share leadership principles, but to ignite a deeper commitment to legacy-driven leadership in a world that is constantly evolving. Kicking off the summit was leadership strategist and keynote speaker Odeyemi Olayiwole, who emphasized the power of learning from experience. His message challenged attendees to go beyond information and seek transformation through mentorship, experience sharing, and tested wisdom.
The cheapest way to succeed in anything is to learn from someone who has succeeded in that thing. Not someone that knows about the thing alone, but someone who has been able to acquire the information and translate it to application and have results to show. And so that's why many years, in 1996, when I knew that my assignment was in the leadership space, one of the first questions I asked is, who is doing what I want to do? And who is the best at what I do? Every year I pick 3 case studies: a country, a company, and a corporate leader, every single year. And I dissect them to find out what is the secret, because success needs clues. The secret of men are in their stories. So one of the cheapest ways to succeed at anything is to find out who has succeeded at what I want to start.
Renowned beauty entrepreneur Tara Fela-Durotoye, in her keynote session and during a fire chat with a convener, shared lessons from her leadership journey in building the House of Tara brand, from humble beginnings to a systemized enterprise. She spoke on navigating growth, people development, and succession planning.
What is it that I do that delivers the same outcome? What is it that makes my customers buy every time? Write it down, because you have now found a framework. Then you amplify and multiply that framework so that every time you meet a House of Tara person, there is something about them that reminds you of the person you met in Lekki. Why? Because we have created a culture. The policies are designed to protect you, not just the company. If you don't remember everything else that I said and you are an employee here, hold the policies and embrace them in your chest. Know them by heart. If anybody says anything, you just ask, what does the policy say? And all found out if you don't have policies, what you are basically saying is that you're allowing your people
From academia, Professor Oshinobi of Lagos Business School brought a compelling perspective on national transformation governance, innovation, and faith-based leadership.
The Nigerian paradox: we are rich in resources, yet poor in trust. True of us, bursting with talent, yet starved of opportunity. A land of faith, yet a desert. Governance is the structural foundation that enables accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. But the crisis is this: 83% of Nigerians is strong public institution. True or true? That is the basis of our problem in this country. Trust deficits.
The summit was not all talk. It was also artfully immersive, as Esosia Wilson rendered soul-lifting inspirational songs, creating moments of reflection between sessions. In an interview with SOUQ News TV, the convener emphasized the summit's depth, that it is a leadership movement committed to shaping a new breed of leaders. Participants shared their reflections, describing the summit as a catalytic experience that confronted, challenged, and compelled.
Leadership is not just a day thing, it's a daily thing. We want them to recognize 3 types of patterns. So we have encouraged them to study pattern. Number 1, pattern recognition. Number 2, pattern usage, how they can use the pattern that they're going to learn today. And number 3 is pattern creation. How can they create new patterns that they can apply in their own organization, something that is unique for them from the patterns they've recognized that they can use and also apply in their organization through wisdom.
Some people just wish to scale, but you need to be able to have a system that enables you to scale. So that's basically what I think the frameworks will do. And then from each of the speakers, so they are all coming from different, some are from the academia, the business world, which I believe that convergence will actually help to give a better knowledge and sensitization about what true scalability in business and in leadership basically is.
The second session talked about the need for leaders to appreciate their team members, and it was quite emotional when we saw 2 or 3 people shed tears of joy when they got messages from their team leaders. So for us as team leaders, we need to be very deliberate. And even the case study we did, Deep Sea, it talks about the need for us to be very deliberate. We need to know our team members. We need to know what's happening with them, and we need to leverage their strengths.
Everything rises and falls on leadership. If the leader gets it right, it trickles down to those at the middle level, at the lower level. So it's important to get it right from the root so that the fruits are good. I do a lot of case studies. So you study what has worked, what has not worked. And through my research, preparing for this summit, I discovered that we're talking about starting, scaling, and sustaining businesses. So let's study systems that have worked for up to 1,000 years and more. And I found out that they are driven around community, which is people. Everything should be about people. Listen to them, love them, then you can lead them more effectively. And when people's hearts are touched, they work better with their hands, with their head, and with their feet.
Because I work with people, I understand how powerful people can be, and the biggest asset any organization has is not infrastructure, it's its people. And if you understand that your people are your assets, you will invest in your people. But if you don't understand it, if you don't share that philosophy, you're going to abuse your people, you're going to misuse your people. So for me, it's something I've been living for 20 years, and so it's just natural.
You need to love the people you want to lead by having what we call the emotional intelligence, social intelligence. Both go hand in hand, and you need them for leadership. And lastly, for leadership is also about listening. For you to influence one, you need to listen to your environment in order to act accordingly.
We have looked at how to scale our leadership potential, and also sustain it. It's not enough to just start, but we will start, we will scale, and then we'll sustain it. It's something that should be a legacy, something that should live beyond us. Right now, we are talking about impact. the impact that the structures and the systems that we are putting in place will have on our society, on our community. So leadership is beyond just us. It's about impact, it's about sustainability, and it's about the value that we are creating for our society.
To a large extent, I try to tell people that you can be anything you want to be, because you've been placed here to lead, you've been placed here to be at the forefront. And for you to be at the forefront, that means you need to understand what leadership means. And that's the message I pass out. I see myself being able to influence the world with my music, and also show people that they have the ability to believe they can be anything they want to be.
My workers are waiting patiently to see me coming, because I have a lot to impact on them about the personal growth, the business growth, and everything as well. Everybody needs this, especially if you're an entrepreneur. You don't need to miss out this kind of program. You need to connect. No matter the money you spend here, it's worth it.
With resounding voices across academia, enterprise, ministry, and the creative arts, the message was unified. Leadership that scales must be intentional, people-focused, and purpose-driven. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA. demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a diseased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Oniko, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960, and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Ba of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
Olumorok, Lishabi, and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360-degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
brace up.
Brace up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumorok.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumorok is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungu Akala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have two trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it cures malaria. And if you drink from a stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lump. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pods serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nothing more to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumo Rock, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here.
So this is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there are some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is crushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, it's a two-top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rusty roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Ifa for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here, and they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built as collapsed remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it Oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun wàhálà ti dààmú ayé wa mọ̀ sí Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in a Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mode or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them, so that they can take their refuge under it. Oluwa ló mọ̀ fún wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abeokuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abeokuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is the local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only 2 people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the 2 people are the paramount ruler of Egba land, that's Alake of Egba land, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egba land will pray for the whole nation. He pray for Egba unity, also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egba land, the paramount ruler of Egba land, Oshilo of Okiono, Agora of Bagora, and Oluwo of Owo. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they are looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those are made pledges while praying. We usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Munduegba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alaafin, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbo Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbua-Kala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba quality cocoa. It's for water storage and preservation. Water point, yes, as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba quality Gia cocoa. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf away a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egala, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the newly studied Iyalumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Iyalumo. She died at the age of 37 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igu. Orisha Igu. That's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Baluaye. Baluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they get, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear out the go. So that's Ojubo Baluaye right there. And this Ogun, god of iron, the famous god of iron. So we have a baobab tree. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afo-Napunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gyoshi. It Botanica is Adansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come on there to pray for protections, because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. One do ikapa, apa okapa, one do ikai Gyoshi, apa okoshi, one do ika konga oshi binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come on there to pray for protections. So that's the Gyoshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord, those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fair consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fair consultation. The ancient route to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is only means of going up the rock. The ancient trail is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
stands as a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi Festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
and she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the book she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence In her life passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Lukbeju, he was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could